All right, good evening. Nothing is working these days. I think I'm just being haunted these days. But yeah, so I can't get Epic to start. So I need to find a way to start it offline. I just have a million things that I was supposed to do while starting this up. All right. Good thing we don't play online games. Sign in. If the problem persists, please visit online support. Fuck off. I should not be able to have to do that. All right, so I need to find local disk. Where do we think it is? Do we have any idea where it is? I mean, this is why Epic Games launcher, engine, portal. I don't know. This is why I asked. So if you want to help locate the game for me, because I have no idea where it's located. Now I'm just clicking around through random crap here. Launcher, engine, nope. Content, nope. I have no idea what I'm looking for. And I found a guide about how to launch without Epic Launcher, and then it said go to the Steam library. And I'm like, fuck off then. Creating a taskbar shortcut for Satisfactory to launch game without Epic Store. And then the guide says go to C program files Steam games. Like, that's not where you find your Epic games. Yeah, so I'm like checking on chat. Some of you are faster than me. Program files Epic Games. I don't have anything under Epic Games. If I have Epic Games, I don't have anything. Then I have DirectX Redist and then Epic Online Services, and then I have Launcher. I don't have anything called Satisfactory. I mean, you guys are just guessing. It's not. That's not where it is. Oh, not just program data. So Epic Game Launcher. No, Epic. It's not really. I don't have an Epic Games. I have Elgato. I have Epic Game Launcher. Oh, come on, guys. Don't just guess. You're setting me afraid. So don't say it if you don't know it, all right? You're just chasing me. Program date, program files. There. Okay, I'm just experimental. I'm not playing experimental. I'm playing early access. All right, I'm blind. Sorry. I'm just really frustrated when I can't get this stuff to work. No, I don't have a Satisfactory. I do not have shortcuts on my desktop. And that game won't launch. It's not launching. Nope, it refuses to launch. It's not starting, so there must be some kind of command to make it start up in offline mode or something, because I would imagine it starts this one, and then it goes, oh, right, this is an Epic game. Let's sign into Epic, and then it gets stuck, because it does not work. I can't start the factory game. Let's see if it's already running. Oh, Epic Game Launcher. Yeah, fuck off. You don't work. There's nothing called Satisfactory. There's nothing called factory game in my processes active. Yeah. I clickety click. Anyone know if there's a command? I have found it. I'm looking at the one called factorygame.exe, and when I click it, nothing happens. So I can't start it. It just doesn't work. Nothing happens, and my suspicion is because this is not the game. This is the game for Epic, and therefore what it does, it goes in and goes like, oh, check Epic something, and then it starts the automatic logon, and that fails, and then nothing happens, right? So that's why I'm asking if anyone knows a command, a something to get us to start the game without having it log on to Epic. If not, we can't play. It's that simple. I can't get the game to work. So minus episode in a shortcut command. Hold on a sec. Well, I find it. See, this is Fidget. You're awesome. This is exactly the kind of thing. Like, have you tried turning it off and on again? It's not really helping, and it's super funny. Except I'm not laughing. But something like that, where there's like a specific command that does exactly that. Thank you, Michael. You're awesome. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, but that's only the shortcut. That's not. If there's no. This is the shortcut I'm looking for, but. Oh, right, minus Epic Portal. Right, okay. I'll try that. I'll try making a shortcut to this one and then minus Epic Portal. Yeah, sorry, get really frustrated when these things don't work. And it's really, really difficult when I hear like a million things. So, should it be under target or should it be... Yeah, it should be under target. Shortcut key, should I do under shortcut? No, it should be just after that. I'll just try that. Lots of hype trains. Unfortunately, that's not much these days. So, not really. You hear something? I think we're there. Ah, cool. Thank you guys, and thank you particularly Michael and also Fidget for actually just narrowing down, because I knew there was something there. Starting the game up is just starting it up as if it was starting it from Epic Portal, which means it goes in and checks login to Epic Portal, and if that doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Hey Gifwolf, thank you for the 11. And thank you Cosmo Volley, thank you for the 200 bits. Let me just see what you wrote. I want to thank you. We started to watch your YouTube series and having a lot of fun playing it. You just helped me enjoy the game more. Thank you, appreciate it. Satisfactory or you had to watch a damn YouTube video to find out? Yeah, goddamn YouTubers. Linux law. Given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. Yeah, except for the amount of noise that you get is also increasing quadratically with the number of people trying to assist. There might also be a correct and succinct and perfect solution in there, but with 100 people, there's 100 times more noise than with 10 people, and with 1,000 people, there's a million times more than with 10 people, right? I'll commentary meant in the best way. Of course, I meant the best way, but there's nothing like there's nothing more harmful than well-meaning idiots. That's unfortunately that is also the case. Right? A lot of people who just want to help but have no fucking clue what they're doing, and I can't just this barrage of try plugging it in, try smashing it with a hammer, and then deciphering the one who actually knows what they're talking about, sort of deciphering this. And this is why I rely on moderators very much, and also regulars, because I kind of know, like, okay, this guy might be trolling but also knows his shit. So like if Jeff was here, he would have whipped up a solution, or Vichu for example, or Timbo, or any of the old guard. So yeah, but alas. But it's good to see that there are other people stepping up and taking the baton and helping us out on this thing. Cool. Yeah, most problem-solving forums, most of the comments are, I have the same problem. Did you find a solution? And when you find a solution, you never bother to go back and go like, yeah, actually it was the driver that wasn't updated, and I updated the driver to this version, and then I restarted, and then it worked. Like, okay. I remember back in the days, back when I was my dad was a Mac user. I was like 10, 12 years old or something. So the only games we could play were the few games that were actually available for Mac. Not a lot. And And there was a concept called Smack-a-Mac, where you had like this little plushie of a Macintosh. Yes, they were like these square boxes. And then there was an instruction manual of what all the error codes in the Mac OS, and then what you had to do to this, like punch it or throw it or kick it. And it was, it made a lot of sense. It was good times. I think that's probably still applicable to this day. All right, let's dive in and see if we can get some work done in our factory. Yeah, sure. A Windows security pop-up, weird. Now we think it is related to the what is it? The outage, the Amazon outage issue. Why am I? That's not good. I'm never starting here. That can't be right. And what the fuck? Where's all my equipment? What the hell is going on? God damn it. Why is the equipment stored in the cloud? Oh my god. That is awful. Oh, I don't. I just don't want to play now. I've been having such a bad day, and it's just. No, it's not a bad day. I've been having like a bad week, bad 2 weeks at least. No, bad month or so, bad 3 months at least. And now I just don't want to do it anymore. I just don't want to. I don't want to. And it also just absolutely sucks. I spent an ungodly amount of time on this. Ungodly amount of time. I must have spent like 20 hours on this build over the last 2 days. Yes, over the last 2 days. A tiny bit on Sunday, but not really. No, actually only Monday and Tuesday. Maybe not 20, but 16 hours. Make a video. It's a short video, but it's a showcase of this awesomeness, and it fucking tanks. It absolutely fucking tanks, and I absolutely hate it. I am so pissed about everything, and I hate it because I shouldn't be in bad mood, because that's not helping anyone and anything. But oh my god, I hate YouTube. I hate YouTube. I hate everything. I'm in a bad mood. Sorry, I don't want to do this. Okay, let's try to get started on something. I don't even know where to start. I need to build a new everything. Great video, by the way. No, apparently not. It's not a great video. But thank you for consoling me. It's clearly not a great video because no one, and I mean no one, is watching it. It is absolutely tanking. It's 50% less than the lowest among the last 10 videos. It is absolutely shit. And I spent so much time on it. And then you see like the kind of crap that gets like tens of thousands of views, and you go like, oh, what the fuck am I doing with my life? I don't know. I'm bitter, and I shouldn't be. And I need alkyd aluminium sheets too. It really annoys me that the stuff I do on YouTube is just wrong. Don't do it. I should not do that kind of thing. I don't know what I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I need to build everything again. What are we going for? I don't even remember. Find your body, yeah, but I don't know where my body is. I don't know. So maybe we find it, maybe we don't. That also means that I'm gonna lose all of this crap. So we have to buy more clad aluminium sheets. And I have to make absolutely sure that I leave all of my stuff in here, because I have lost everything on my previous character. We can at least take that one. Why not use blah 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 mod? Because it's a mod. That's very, very simple. Heavy modular frames and motors and computers. Let's see what I have. I don't play with mods. Oh, I did have it. Of course I had it. Of course I had it. No computers. No heavy modular frames. And no, what was the last thing? Computers, heavy modular frames. Motors. Okay, that's really far away. How are you doing? Not great. Not great. Nothing is working. And it sucks. And I need to pick myself up. So let me try to do that. I think this thing is obviously just a small thing, but I am honestly in a really, really bad mood about sort of my whole content creation career, and it's not good. I mean, I usually have metrics like how are we doing on YouTube, how are we doing on Twitch, how are we doing on Patreon, sort of gauging how things are going. And when all three are just massively down, then I just have to question what the fuck am I doing. And that's hard. That's hard. It really is. Oh god, I'm almost dead. But it's nothing to do with you, because it's 100% on me. It's a very immediate feedback on what I do, and clearly what I do is not good enough. So, which of course is really difficult, because then it's very easy to get into a negative feedback loop where it's not gonna get better. So I need to pull myself out of that. But it is just really frustrating about
Tales of our endeavors
what
proliferate.
Whatever I do doesn't seem to work, and that's really frustrating. I'm not going here. Well, I'm going to computers, but I can do that on the way back. Thank you so much, lolboys44. Thank you. This is all because Game Mafia... I don't know what you're talking about, who that is. I saw you posted some long text earlier, and I didn't see it. So, if you wanted me to read it, then repost it, please, because I didn't see it. I was in the middle of debugging, so missed it.
Another loyal devotee.
I got 15 senior C-level leadership resigned in the last time. Do you even have 15 C-level senior management? What do you have that for? The fights are down. Here for you. Yeah, I know. Thank you. You guys are awesome. But the thing is, I am I'm wearing my emotions on my sleeves, I think. Isn't it on the sleeves? Anyway, so when I like something, you can tell. When I don't like something, you can tell. That's also why I'm right now we're just going around gathering stuff. That's why I'm also just being completely honest with you about the stuff that's not working, because otherwise you will think that it's something about Satisfactory that's wrong, and it's not. It's I'm loving this game right now. This is a minor setback, and you know minor setbacks don't really mean shit unless there are a million other things that are going wrong. And yeah. um, and then minor setbacks just make your world come crashing down. That's how it goes, right? If you're doing fine, then a minor setback is like, ha ha ha, move on. But if there's something that's nagging you and then there's a minor setback, then that just becomes just like, oh my god, everything is conspiring against me. That's kind of how I feel. I thought I heard the Patreon sound, so let me just get to that one in a sec. Yeah, so I really appreciate your support and your encouragement. It means the world to me. If it wasn't for you, this whole endeavor would not make sense. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, I'm also thinking like if there are 15 sea levels that retire, then resign, then maybe that's because there are 15 sea levels. Like, you are all CFOs. Now, I don't want to... We can't all be CFOs. You're all CXOs. You can find your own title. Like, yeah, but that doesn't make sense. You're a CTO, and you're a CIO, and you're a COO, and you're... Thank you, Boldly in the Fire. Thank you for the pledge as a as a protector of the path. Appreciate it, and welcome. There we go. Do we need anything else? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Alright, so I want to show you this because no one's watched it on YouTube. I love this factory, and I think it's super awesome. It is sponsored by Factory Mascolata and Bartek, not surprising. They were so kind yesterday during the stream that I said that, hey, I'm going to color this factory because I knew I wanted to make this factory. I put a fuck ton of effort into this, and I think it's super amazing. So here it is. Comes in here. There's even all of these. By the way, you can't replace them. They have to be taken out and done separately. So basically, this is a manifold of manifold. Up top, we have there. Up here, we have all the packages coming in at 300 and 780 per minute. Coming in here, all good. Going into this storage, which is kind of full, and going into a manifold of manifolds. So there we have some of the things that I don't think I need a lot of, but I can always expand it. If I feel I need more snow, then I can always just add more down here. If I feel like I need... okay, let's do that one. And then the next one is the bows that I don't think are particularly interesting. Then we have tree branches. Again, if we want more, we can get more. This one I actually think I want to do more. Of course I don't have anything in my inventory, so of course I can't build anything. Let's get a bit of this. Get here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we just got a bit of something here. Unfortunately, it's not all the stuff we need, because we also need to go get I wonder if we can do this. Let's try it and maybe just kill ourselves. Yeah, that doesn't work. That does not work. It's a super cool factory, and it's, yeah. Such a shame that we don't have it. Okay, let's find all of these. What date is it? It's the 7th already. We missed also the 6th from yesterday. I found the 6th last time, but now it's gone, of course. So that's number 7. Ow. Woo. Number 6 is there. Really? When do we get the quantum thingies? Were we supposed to be able to get that? Not gone, open it. Not gone. What's not gone, open it? What? Did you ever do an Angel's Bob run, Factorio, Irish? Yes, I did. Long time ago. I would venture a guess that say I'm the one who popularized Angel's Bobs. Angel's Mobs. Angel's Mods. Because if you remember back in the days and you go like, no, 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 no. That was Stijo and Arumba. And then I'll go like, yeah, they started playing it after I started playing it. Conveniently at that time, they started playing whatever I was playing, like AAI. As soon as I started doing tutorials for it, then suddenly they started the campaign just doing that. Yep. I did tutorials for Angels. That's actually one of the first things, the videos that I did was the tutorials for Angels mods. That is, I don't know, probably not still linked on the mod page, but you know, that was the very first thing I did, like content-wise. That was the very first thing I did content-wise that actually had views. Why did I not bring my car? Boo. Yeah, but it's a long time ago. But I don't plan on returning to Angels mods. I don't. I don't know. I don't know if I'm what I'm gonna do with Factorio. I really enjoy my Factorio mega base in the book because there's just nice little design challenges and things to sort of have fun with. But after that, I don't know. Yeah. Actually, it's not so much that it's a damn long slog because so is Satisfactory. The thing is just that if you are familiar with Satisfactory but you're not familiar with this series, then you can come in and you can recognize all the things that are here and you can be caught up pretty much in 10 minutes about what's going on, and you can maybe ask some questions about, oh, so you're using trucks, how does that work? And then you're pretty much caught up. But in Angels Bobs, if you are familiar with Factorio and then come in and see an Angels Bobs mods, but you're not familiar with that, then you're just looking at it and go like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I have no clue what this is. I have no clue about all the words that you're saying. I'm just gonna find someone speedrunning Factorio because at least I know what that is. And that's the reason why I don't play it, because there's simply like it's impossible to retain people's focus over extended periods of time for that. Would love to see you play other design mindful games. Yep, I mean, if you find one that's good, then let me know, because I haven't seen a lot of them. Like, there's Oxygen not included, there's Dyson Sphere, there's Satisfactory, there's Factorio. I don't think I can mention any other games that would sort of fit the category for me in that genre. Let's see, what else do we want? Nothing more? I think no. Probably fine. Righto. The new Factorio Town looks like shit. I'm sorry to say. I mean, it doesn't look like shit. That's not fair. It looks like a game that was made by two people, and It probably is, and it probably has good. But I'm not gonna play a game that looks like that. It's that simple. And then you may call me a snob and oh my god, this is the gameplay. It doesn't matter. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Sorry, the gameplay doesn't matter if I don't enjoy looking at the game. That's why I don't play RimWorld. That's why I don't play um, Minecraft. I don't like the look of it, and it doesn't matter how good the gameplay is. I'm gonna be staring at the screen for many hours, and I'm not gonna do that if I don't enjoy what I'm looking at. That's simple. And of course, there's some things that it doesn't have to be like stellar graphics, but it has to be a clean sense of clean artistic sense, right? Oh no, all my shortcuts. Okay, breathe deeply, breathe deeply. Oh my god, this is horrible. It's horrible. Can't even remember what was on 5, but something is clearly not working there. Light bulbs. You're making the wrong assemblers. Am I? Or where are we? Yep, I am. It was this one I wanted. I thought this. We'll just double it. Thank you, Grandic. I don't know. Oh, right. Valheim. Valheim. Exactly. Valheim is a perfect example. Amazing gameplay. So clean mechanics in the game. Like, the mechanics are... Mechanics and sort of the... maybe mechanics is not really the right word, because when I'm thinking mechanics, I'm more thinking like Souls games, but it is game mechanics. It's like the stuff about weather and smoke and line of sight and stuff like that. It's just working so well. Combat is pretty rudimentary, but again, it's one of those things where I feel that Valheim is a perfect example of a game development house that prioritized the right things for their release. Dyson Sphere program, the same. They knew that for Dyson Sphere program, yeah, it's kind of limited in the sense that it there isn't a whole lot of depth, I guess, to the game. But on the other hand, it looks absolutely stunning, and that's such an appeal as well. And the same Valheim also, you can get lost in that darkest dungeon as well, right? Instead of going all out on 3D graphics and stuff like that, then yeah, then they chose to focus on the right things. So I love it when game developers do that. And sometimes, yeah, well, sometimes I just don't agree with where the effort is being put, right? But RimWorld, they managed to get past it for Minecraft though, yeah. Can you store mods for Minecraft, or as they call it, texture packages? I mean, it's still a 1x1 block. It might be super high resolution, but there's still a 1x1 block. This factory missing light? No, it doesn't. It's not missing light. It is absolutely intentional that I only want the Christmas lights to illuminate it. Custom swatch. Let's go back here. There. So that was like one thing that I felt was not working sufficiently. This one's here, this one is going in there, but it's also going up. Shouldn't they be working more now? Okay, they are, but they're not super fast. Have you ever seen, I don't know what that is, but keep, oh, no, I haven't. I don't even know what it is. What happened to my inventory? Don't even get me started. Epic fucked, and then I lost all my inventory. So, and all my beautifully assigned things here. So yeah, we are in a pretty rudimentary state. But I love it. This is awesome. It's mine, and now we're gonna go somewhere else. So what we're gonna do? Set in YouTube mode there. No lights, only the cable lights. Yeah, that's... Daniel, one of the 7 people who actually watched that. Nice, thank you. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go out all the way out there and now make the Coke thing. So let's figure out what are the things we want for Coke. We want 16 of these. That's what we remembered last time. And then we're probably going to need some water as well. Do we need water for this? No? We're going to need one awesome sink for sure. And what else do we need? Valheim's also good on character development mechanics. If you want to be good at swords, you get to use the swords. I don't know. I think that's what I think. I think it's fine that they have those as skills, but I think they really need something that you can customize. Something like I mean, I'm just saying a WoW talent tree. Like they need some kind of talents so that you can go like, okay, I want to focus on this. So if I put a point in there, I can get extra yields from my bees, or if I put a point in there, then I can get a special slam attack with the hammer or stuff like that, right? That's, in my opinion, that's definitely needed for Valheim. It's over 1500. It's actually more because you can't see the right number, but it should have been like 4,000 views by now. Why don't I play the Steam version? Because I'm not going to pay for the same game twice. That would be absolutely insanely stupid. No, we wouldn't. I pay for the same game twice many times. But I see no reason to pay twice for the game. There's absolutely no reason for me to have a game that works perfectly and then go like, let me buy it again. Just to have a slightly different launcher that takes a bigger cut from the developer. Yeah, let me do that. Nope. Okay, so we are probably also going to need a lot more pipes because everything revolves around pipes with what we are going to do. Let's get more. I'm actually pretty sure I did buy the game twice, or I do have the copy, have the game in 2 copies, although that's because I know that I got it for free from Coffee Stain pre-release, so I could play it and create content for it. But after that, I also bought it myself because I rather wanted to buy the game. Let's see, so we need motors. Yeah. Whew. I'm gonna jump over. Plastic! What do I need plastic for? Oh, fuck me, I need plastic. Shoot. I need to go back. Go back! I love this factory. It's so cool! Such a cool factory. Yeah. Motors for pumps and Maxo pipes? And plastic for Matsu pipes. Yep, indeed. Up. I know I have plastic up here. So we'll just do another jump. playthrough of something like Morrowind? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Why would you want to watch me play Morrowind? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if you want to watch me do classic playthroughs, I'm playing Dark Souls 3. That is a classic playthrough. So. Down here. If it's tied, whoops. Real use and not experience like you use swords. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because the reason is then you finally unlock some new tech and you go like, I want to get the porcupine. And you go like, nah, I can't. Because I have to level it all the way. I'm going to have to spend 10 hours just whacking at things just to get up there. So no, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's... I very much dislike that idea. Train, I guess. I think it would be nice to have some customized, something that makes my character unique from your character. If it's tied to skill ups or something, then it's, I mean, you could do it as a prerequisite, like, oh, you have to have this much, but whoa, hello, bouncy. Nah, they're not derpy at all. It just continues. Hello, Daniel.
Fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
Yep. Thank you, Daniel. Morrowind, Skyrim, how many times? None. 0 for both. I never played Morrowind, I never played Skyrim.
Our illustrious champion.
Hey, thank you, Satobi, for the 25.
Welcome home.
So if you want to watch me play old games that are, or classic games, it's not going to be as classic as Skyrim or Morrowind. It's going to be classic as in FromSoft or God of War. I'm going to play God of War in January, and I'm going to play a lot of those other games here. A lot of FromSoft. It's interesting. I had a long time in my gaming career where I only played Blizzard games, basically. Played StarCraft, and then StarCraft 2, and World of Warcraft, Hearthstone. I basically just only played StarCraft games, or only played Blizzard games. Alright, look at that. Beautiful factory. The octagon. I need to do something about the pillars, flatness of that. Okay, we'll just drive in here just so you can see this beautiful factory. Here we go. It's all ready to go. All hat and no cattle. Oh, one of them is off. Why? Interesting. Yeah, so this will be about 2,200 aluminium ingots once we get there. We really copy-paste characters. Uniqueness is born when the character is you from your playstyle, from your grinding style. No, I don't agree with that. I just don't. I don't agree with it. I think it's a romanticized concept that after 1,000 hours, my character, because I've been grinding sheep, is excellent at shearing. And only I am so good at shearing because I've been grinding sheep for the last 1,000 hours. That's a shitty game design. No, and it also means that replayability is just null because you can't redo another character because it's going to take forever to level that. You want to be able to play a character and go like, I want to try a magic class next, and then go like, nah, I'm not gonna be leveling up my one skill on sheep for the next 100 hours just to learn how to use a wand properly. No, there has to be some kind of mechanics that you can go, okay, my next character is gonna go there, or I want to try this character, try somewhere else, respec, retry. That's at least how I feel like it. I distinctly dislike that excessive grind. I mean, just look at World of Warcraft, how that has panned out. People just didn't like it. Just did not like that idea. And it's fun to level character number 2, but it's certainly not fun to level character number 20. Because you need a Frost Mage. Ugh. For Ragnaros. God damn it. Three, four, five. Medieval Dynasty. Nope, I have not. I remember looking at it because someone said exactly like you, and it's just not my thing. Like, I feel that we have the same discussion again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't like the games like I don't like city builders. I think they are bland in general. I like factory builders, which is a subset, but that's not city builders. I genuinely don't like city builders. I think they either become mundane, need food for the peasants, for the house, you need houses for the peasants, and the peasants need to work, and that's how you go. And then if you want to work more, you get more food for more peasants, for more houses, and then blah 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 blah. Or it gets super complicated, like, oh, the morale of this character, because of the proximity to the nearest fire station, is more than 17 meters. Then then there's a lot of crime in this area. It's like, nah, fuck it. I'm not gonna do that. It's too complicated. And I, I think it either goes in one or the other, or maybe even both. So it can be like when there are too many systems that interact, then it just becomes like completely muddled for me, and I lose interest. And if it becomes too simple, then I lose interest because it's too simple. So that's why those kind of games just, they don't scratch my itch. Transport Tycoon. No. It's still not a factory builder. So, I actually think city builders and colony sims are the opposite of factory sims. Factory sims usually grow in complexity while giving you tools to manage that complexity, where the game optimization builders either don't give you the tools to manage increasing scales of complexity, or they become too simple and you run the bottlenecks to optimize. Yeah, I think I like that. I like that idea. Like, factory builders, factory sims, or whatever we want to call it, like Factorio, like in the beginning, you're just like, all right, it's just iron and copper. That's all good. And then you start sort of going into the supply chain and things have to scale up, and then you get better tools, trains, robots, that kind of thing to deal with your ever increasing complexity. While I feel like I played Railway Tycoon, and what is it? I think I played another one, something Tycoon. I feel something 2. I can't remember what it was, but I played it not too long ago, and it was good. The campaign was good. It was kind of fun to sort of learn something about that, but it also just became like there were so many sort of obscure things that, like, why is there congestion in this area when I have a bus line there? But that's because the bus line is not attractive to these people because they the upper class and this, because this neighborhood is an upper class neighborhood and they don't want to take the bus, so they need, and the train is like, I don't want to cope with that. That's not a game. That's just a chore. So then it just becomes too muddled for me to really just throw myself into. Good. What are we going to do? We are going to do a very simple setup. A refinery. So after building this, the first thing I'm going to do is probably go away from it. All right. Let's look at where we have our oil. It should be out here somewhere. Yeah, pretty accurately there. So we can get in over there. We can get in here. We can get in here. Yes, get in. But you know, there's nothing right or wrong about what I'm saying. It's just how I perceive it. And that's definitely not necessarily anything right about it. Why the hell did I put a merger there? It's purely for alignment. Yeah. Oxygen not included must fall in the middle. Yes, exactly. Oxygen not included has a really good redeeming quality in the cuteness of the dupes and the artistic style. And that carries it a long way. That carries it so far into the game that you realize that it's way too complex to be fun. And then by the time you're super invested in the characters, then it's really difficult, right? So, Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe is a great efficiency game. Yeah, I'm not going to play that. Is power... What? Is power powerful enough to support all this? I don't know. We'll find out. Probably not. What is it we want? We want to make... that one. Right? We get some junk polymer resin, and we get primarily heavy oil residue out. Good. So we're going to get that on a trash line. That one here. Like this. And I'll go 1, 2. Does that seem correct? Probably, maybe, kind of. One. Where's this? Oh, there. 2 is the support. And then 3, maybe? And then a water thingy is always going to be needed the same pace. 5. And then, of course, power is always 6. Okay, from here to here. Looks okay. And this one will be doing what? Petroleum coke. 40, which is exactly what you do, and then it comes out at 120. Sweet. That's basically it. For some reason, easy with extreme simple graphics. Autonaut is good gateway drug into factory builders. Okay, yeah, well, I think I have passed the gateway drug part. Myself in between games like Factorio and Total War games, in between the straightforward management and clear. Yeah. The thing is, like, I'm really happy with Satisfactory and Factorio and Dyson Sphere Program, And I think those games will always be in my stable, and I'd love to get another one into the mix, so that whenever there's a new release of Satisfactory, we can go into that, we can just crank at it and just main it for several months, and it's going to be awesome. And then something comes out for Factorio, and then we'll go in there and play it a lot, and then I can do other games on the side. Because the other games that right now, my passion, not gonna lie, my passion, not that this is not a passion, but where I'm just, if I have to play a game that just on my own time, it's definitely Souls games. They are just, they're so good. And man, I gotta. And then Dyson Ship Program comes out, new release, new things. I want to play Elden Ring so bad. I do want to play it so bad as well. And I want to play, yeah. And I'm so sad that Dark Souls 3 is almost over. I just bought the DLCs today. So, we got a bit more, squeezing a bit more out of it. As much as we can. Yeah, let me take a short break, and then we can come back and continue on this petroleum coke build. And for anyone who doesn't understand why we're doing petroleum coke, it's because we have scrap, aluminium scrap. There's 2 recipes, and I'm going to use this recipe. We're using petroleum coke, so we need a lot of petroleum coke coming from here and going all the way up there somehow. Plus, we also need a lot of water going up there, which is going to be the next problem. There. And I need 7.2 of these. So that's going to be 8. Just going to make 8, and then we'll see how it goes. It seems you got the message. Yes, he is. Sometimes he's reading chat. All right, be back in 2 minutes. Thank you for your encouragement and cheering me up after this rather rough start we had. So be back in a couple of minutes. All right, welcome back. So I'm kind of this other content like Souls games, right? Of course, when Elden Ring comes out, I'm gonna do a lot of stuff there. But let's be honest, everyone will do that. So I'm not gonna be able to make a name for myself in no matter what I do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which obviously is the problem with a popular game, that you can't just make a name for yourself in that, unless you are the best, and I'm not the best. So, but then let's say what kind of content would be interesting for me to do as content more on
Welcome home.
On that kind of genre. I mean, right now there's an appeal for the people who have not watched it or not played them to just watch a full playthrough with the story and just all the bosses and all that stuff. Empty Rosen, thank you for the 26. Will you look into DS3 randomizer runs? No, I will not. I don't think that's good content, to be honest. I would much rather do, and this is like, I would much rather do something like Deathless, or not all achievements because they're really grindy, but something like trying to do Deathless on stream. And then we can always advance to hitless and damageless, zero damage if we get there, but we're not. But you know, like Deathless, I think is a fun thing, or some kind of challenge run where where it's about sort of playing well. Like it would have to be glitchless, all bosses, and then not dying, or dying as few times as possible. Sub for Dark Souls on YouTube. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do like a let's play of Dark Souls on YouTube, even though I honestly think I could do a pretty good job of that. But I just don't think there's a market for it. People who wanted to watch it have watched it by now, so. But I think like I'd like to do boss guides, also because it's more YouTube friendly content, and it's something that's kind of evergreen, and then I can sort of practice it and sort of build a repository of that kind of content for Elden Ring, and get more familiar with doing that. So that's kind of what I think I'll do with Dark Souls, because right now I'm pretty good at Dark Souls 3, I'd say. I mean, I think really after our playthrough yesterday, if you didn't watch it and you're of any interest, then check out the VODs at some point. The fact that we we did Lothric in so few tries and it was super controlled. I was that was actually for me like go like I don't think I'm actually very quite bad at these. If I look at like guides and stuff like that, then yeah, sure. There's the people who do hero runs like Squilla Killer, Distortion, Hobbs, Faraz Khan. They are in a different level for sure. But but people who play it and make guides for it on YouTube, they're not particularly. They're not like I'm not looking at them and go like, oh, they're so much better than I am. Definitely not. Hello, Sean. Shu Shan. Shu. Shu. I can never pronounce your name. There's something about just tripping over it. Would be cool since the wiki is vague at best. Yeah, and I want to do it like really short, so it's because there's no point in making. Oh, hold on. That's in my lift mark 3. Maybe I'm actually doing too much here. I'm getting into the. No, or maybe I just think this is. I think this design is pretty good. Oops. Okay, so this is just junk, so we can take that into a awesome sink. Yep. This is just resin, and I don't want to use the resin for anything, because that's just extra process for no use, no value at all. Like, I could make a million things out of the resin. Probably not a million things, but I could make stuff out of the resin, but I don't think there's a value to it. Cool. You don't have to be a god at a game to make well put together guide. It's all about explaining yourself clearly, and you do that quite well. Yeah. Oh, the wood. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Alright, so this... Oh no! We're falling down. This one is outputting 120. So 120 plus 120. That's 240. So it's actually like 2 belts of Mark 4 belts. I think that's actually nice. Isn't it nicer to take 2 Mark 4 belts or 1 Mark... Well, 8 times 120 is too much. 7 is also too much. Okay, so it has to be 2 belts. $7.2 times 120. That's how much we need, which is more than 1 belt. So no matter what, I have to get it as 2 belts. Okay. Okay. Two. And thank you, Gunther. Appreciate it. Your compliment. Alright. I wonder whether we want more circuit boards and computer and AI limiter for nuclear stuff. I sink it in an overflow. Yeah. Is there any efficient way to get rid of wood in Factorio except burn it? Burning it is not even very efficient. It burns too slowly, and you need like a massive amount of stuff to burn through it. Well, that's 4. So the answer is no, not really. Okay, so for anyone who has been transporting a lot of materials long distances, what is a good way to do that? Because I'm going to need 2 belts plus... How much water did I need? Oh, I can't remember. We're actually going to have to go back and confirm the water. Because I think I want to build like one thing that transports all of it at once, instead of just dragging random belts. Fluid train is not an option. I'm not going to get a train that goes from here up there. That's even harder with a train than anything else. Artillery. Okay, well, I was trying to ask a genuine questions, but I guess that's not how things work. I wish the Riftbreaker had more... Had been more logistics game. Yeah, it's. I agree. It's too much tower defense, and too much hack and slash, and not really any base building. But then again, if it was more base building, I think it would be a game that was confused about what it wanted to be. 2,160 water. Hold on, that's not actually it, right? Each one of... no, not these. Go up. Each one of these is only taking 45 net water, and even that is too much. So I have 8 times 45. That's 360 times 2. Is that really it? I guess it is. So we just need these 2. Basically, that one is coke and that one is water. And then on the other hand, I have coke and water as well. And that's what I want to get in. So I'm determined that I'm going to build it as one thing. Like 2 pipes and then 2 belts on top. Something like that. I think that's how we're going to do it. No. 2 belts. I don't know. I think it might be a good idea just to build it here. Like, reserve some space and just go, this is where it comes in. And then we can definitely get this one over here, and we can definitely get water over to this one. So here is where we get stuff inbound. Okay. I think water has to be below. So let's do that. Now this looks enticing, but I don't think it is actually particularly enticing because it gets too close. This is probably better. Also, then we can get a wall. Like this. That should be pretty simple to coordinate afterwards once it comes in. And then it's just a matter of figuring out how to do it. Good evening, Casinator. One pipe stack or two and one belt stack of two. Yeah, I think it's actually better to... This is going to look better. And it's all about them looks. So what are we going to do here? Like, it might be, I don't know, cute to build a tower. Like this. And then the question is like, how far can I go down? Well, we have another problem. That thing. So maybe I want to go further out before I go down. Yeah, I could do that. Oh, oh, that was close. Oh, what about bringing it inside these locations? Inside a grid. Could that be a thing? Oh yeah, then there's the part that these don't work, right? Can I ignore that awfulness? Is it? It is lifting. Make a frame box around. Yeah. That's also kind of what I want to do now by doing. Problem is, these... Oh, I can actually make them infinitely long by using this. Oh yeah. Ah! Power. Nope. Nope. Is only from refineries. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, they didn't look particularly awful here. I like this. Like this idea of having this one go out here and then going with this. Vertical. Meow. And then this should be fine. Hold on. How far down do we want it? Not very far, I guess. The head lift. Hope I get to stay home for a bit now. Been a crazy days of work. Ah, I hope you get to stay home as well then. I think I want to get this way closer than I like. Like 1, 2, 3. Both because then I don't die. That's good. Oh, come on. Why? I don't want... No! I wanted to go all the way down. Let's not kid ourselves. Well, we know what we want to do, but... I was sawing off the branch I was sitting on. Honestly, I think what I want to do... Oops. It's not enough. It's not enough to get down here. Oh, ooh, floaty. Still gonna fucking clip. So I either need to go above the tracks, which would imply all the way over here, like that, or under the tracks, which would be implying all the way over to that side. It's kind of just looking bad, isn't it? Could use this one. Here we have the colors for our down there, Skippy and Everlists. There's a point to sort of having it out of the way. I think this is good. But I also think I don't have any power out here, so it's gonna go really bad really soon. That should go away. Is it clear? I think it's clear, but it's not gonna get... I'm gonna run into that problem as well. Sloping foundation to under the railway. Yeah, but I don't want sloping. That's kind of... This looks to be exactly clear, but then it bumps into this one where if I had this, it would actually be able to go all the way down. So right now I just incurred a new problem by doing this. Okay, well, probably not take it out until I'm back. Get that out. So, answer is, I'll take it from up here, punch it through to this location, and then get out. Now pumped could snap to max level head lift, so head lift should not be a problem. No, I know. What are we looking for? We're looking for that one, which means I need to find. That's the same. Yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we do the road barrier trick that we so love. 1, 2, 3. So this is the middle. Then I have to assign this one here. Take it out. Take one of these. Good. That's good. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one, the one I started with, is... No, there's 2 of these that are open. Huh? What? I don't know. So the point of doing this is that it gets us some kind of indication of where I could build my exit here. Because I want to build it, that also means like all of this here is now out. There, off we go. Pillar at a beam. It looks weird when you rotate it and make an angle. The pillar look funny then. I don't know. I don't understand that. I don't understand what you said, so I think I'm gonna go with a no. I don't know that. Oops, did I kill something over here? I must have, like randomly. Okay, let's see. I want to build this one, but I want to punch that hole here. I want to punch it up there so it can go down and then go out. What? What? Oh, because it's not souping. Or what? No, it is actually just like this. Well, maybe we can soup it. There. Let's get the triangles made here. Good. So that looks good here. And the point is, what if I bring it here? Oh no, that was totally not what I wanted. That is... One and two. That's the two fluids. Or maybe the fluids are here and here. Yes, they are. And the two... Yes, good. I think that yeah, that's one. And the other one just goes that way. So there shouldn't be any pressure problems as long as it's horizontal. Okay. I don't know if this is a good idea to do this like right now. Probably not. Yeah, I think this is exactly what I wanted. Reverse it. This goes straight in. Oh, of course not reverse. Reverse again. And no. Off-centered. Okay, as example, beam gets 30 degrees angle, and before you snap on a seating you rotate it 45 so the edge no. Sorry, there's probably no way for you to explain it in a way that I can understand it.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
Thank you, Safi. Okay, so now I've actually decided that is how it's going to be, because now I'm pretty committed to it. Maybe post a screenshot or something in Discord, and then maybe I'll get it. But I just like something and rotate, and there's just so many variables that are not mentioned that I'm completely phasing out of descriptions like that. Way too abstract for me to understand. It's really difficult to explain things in a sort of geometric thing, and I know I'm bad at understanding it, so not the best combo there. So that comes down here. Woohoo! And then it has to go like somewhere. Like I can punch through this one and that one maybe. Maybe punch through this one. How clippy are you? A bit clippy. There's some really annoying places it can snap to. It can snap here, it can snap there, but it can't snap in between. Because this thing here is exactly 4 times as big, so why can I not support it inside? I can only set like the corners, the middle, the corner, instead of just like inside. Yeah. It is going to be a bit dodgy when it comes in this close. Yeah. Okay, so we're now back on track with what we wanted to do. Yep. Except we don't have power out here. Can you go through the next floor as well? I don't want to go through the next floor.
A new subscriber arrives.
I suppose I could, but I don't want to.
Determination.
Kyarigan Lies, thank you for the prime. Welcome. What if I just took this out? No, it still wants to snap on those locations. So. All right.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the
Thank
sun.
you, the Factory Musculaja. Seem to see your name all over the place. It's been decided I'm gonna do this. I can't do that. I can't do it, and I can't not do it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What the hell's that? Oh, okay. Hey, it actually stops the sea level fighting. Still wants to snack the same place. I don't know what you guys are mentioning that with this, but I don't see it working. So you can only jump like, I need something that drops in half meters, and that doesn't seem to exist. Maybe it does, but I don't know how much I want to do into this. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Drop an item like an iron plate or something. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do freeform. I don't do freeform. They have to snap to something. Okay, whatever. Power. This one can go all the way down. Why you no click? Obviously, way too long. Okay, so okay, so far so good. Except okay, so now we go there. Soup downwards there. And then my thought is, can I only 2 meter with half road barrier clip 2 in each other, right? Can you use wall pipe fittings for what? What would you use wall pipe fittings for? I like this. I think this is actually exactly what I want. Okay, so I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then the idea is it's 2 there. What if I could get in here? And I'm stuck. Wow. So the point of this is to make sure that they go all the way down. Oh, coming out of the... yeah, that's not happening because I'm coming out and then at an angle. Pipe Mark 2. I like this. So this is kind of a way for us to do infinite of these. The question is then whether I take this out or not. Maybe I just leave it here, right? I don't know. Oh no. Oh yes, it's good. Okay. This one goes now 3 down. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, we'll take that out eventually. Do the pumps fit in there? They're going to be clipping like hell, but don't really care so much about that, actually. Actually, I think I want to take these first. Oh no, I'm out of resources. I think having a tower like this is gonna look good. Let's see. Did we build this on stream? I can't remember. Oh, how did I do this? There was one way I did it. I can't. Oh, it was something like this. There. Ah, yes. You used the roadblock. I did indeed. And then guaranteed this one's gonna be misplayed. No? Weird. Yeah, no, the floating sign. We're gonna go out and get it, but if I don't want to get it now because I'm actually gonna need it for. Yeah. Okay. Where did we want to go? We want to go back all the way. Yeah, we kind of have to. This is like halfway down. Are there Mark II pumps? There are Mark II pumps, right? Mark II pumps. They have 50-meter head lift. Cool. And it also requires the same. Cool. In Victoria, can you set a Battletron to patrol? Nope, you cannot set it to patrol, but you can give it a lot of cute commands. And that's does something. Alright, speed up, speed up, speed up. Yeah, follow a train, but the train is a lot faster than the Spider-Tron, so I don't think that's good. Can't you put beams like that near the pipes that come out the side? That's what we tried, and they snap by a half meter incorrectly. Damn, I hate these factories that are sort of not anchored properly. It just takes so long time to do it that I'm like, I don't know if I bother. Hello, Ezom. What are we getting? Let's try and see if there's anything else I can spot I'm missing. Maybe some pipes while we're at it. Is the aluminum extractor operational yet? No, it's not. We're working on the coke and the water from the coke up to, well, back to our base. And water and coke. Oh, hold on. That was 8 times 45, 360. And that's actually only 3 water plants for each. So let's actually make sure that we also get enough for 6 of these. Copper sheets and reinforced iron plates and rotors. Rotors. Let me just check something. These don't take rotors. This takes rotors, yes. But the Mark II takes motors, not rotors. And you might need a bit of plastic. Can you make aluminium from direct electrolysis? Yes, I am. But you have to get it to scrap first. Because you can't get it from bauxite. Bauxite is not pure. Whatever it is. Good thing we have this in a stable production now. This part where the automated trucks are driving in one side and I'm driving in the other side kind of reminds me of back in 1970 when Sweden transitioned from driving on the left-hand side to driving on the right-hand side, which was obviously like a massive undertaking. So in order to make it easier to transition, they did it in 2 batches. So at first all the trucks, they switched 1 day earlier, so all the trucks switched, and then the next day all the passenger cars switched that day. And of course, people like PJTR will have no recollection of that because he is from 1974. Well, that's Swedish logic for you. Please don't trust me when I say bullshit like that. It's just making fun of Swedes. Yeah, you go like, that makes sense. Oh, wait a minute, that makes no sense. Trains are kind of slow. Yeah, it would be nice if they could be Factorio fast. But then again, you can just use the time to watch the most boring part of the entire map. Yay! Said left side instead of wrong side. Did I though? Did I? Yeah. He's driving on the right side of the road now. Yes. Actually, sort of, the truth of the matter is that it was a one hell of a logistical undertaking. So all the signs were put up in advance and then covered. And then one night, like massive TV ads to actually make it and to make people aware of it. So like, and then one night during the switch, all of the old signs were uncovered. All the old signs were taken down and the new signs were uncovered. Because you had to do it like one big giant fell swoop on that. There's no way of doing it any other way. Oh. This might actually be like an exploration thing. There. Did the car still have the steering wheel in the right? Yeah, of course. That's kind of one of the problems of doing it that way. You can't switch in a car. Well, actually, I think back then you could actually switch in a car. I don't know if there was like common practice, but I know you could. But these days, that's not possible. Oh, that one's doing direct one. Back when cars were mainly mechanical. Oh, that's two here. There. And then let's get. Why don't the steering wheel go in the middle? No. No. Do I want this? No, I don't think I do. Do think I do. Ugh, I don't know. I don't know if I do. I don't think so. We're unfortunately getting into the part of Satisfactory where things just take an absolutely absurd amount of time. Yep. There. I wonder if we could go all the way from... Yes, we can. Sweet. And I can float. I hope. I wonder if I can float all the way. I probably can't. I probably can. Yeah, no problem. Good. And then go down again. With the pipes and conveyors. Oops. Okay. Oh, right. It was the... this is where we got to. All good. Wouldn't it be funny if this one was running out now? Nope, it would not be fun. Right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Conditions like this. And again. Now, I don't think we need to go all the way down, but we certainly need to go pretty far down. Damn. Go through. Okay. Almost. A bit further, but not much, right? Let's try to just get a sense of how far we want to get it down. This is too far down because it will block that one, but here maybe? Yeah. I like this, right? Do we like it? I think so. Then obviously we take this out. Yeah, it looks better like this. All right, I'm gonna take a short break and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go away. And welcome back. Good to see you all here. Nice to see that you have not lost interest in the series. I certainly have not. There. That one. From here to that one. 1,000 beams per minute and 600 pipes. 1,000 beams per minute, that's kind of a lost. This is your favorite game right now. That is, I agree. Also mine. Well, I don't know. I think actually Dark Souls takes it. But that's because it's new. This is what I love when I'm streaming, is that I have something that's new, that pushes me, and something that's nice and comfortable. if everything I play is just new, then it gets a bit stressful. This is not particularly, I mean, not stressful, but then there's a bit of a sort of pressure on, okay, can I learn all the mechanics and all that stuff? But here it's super nice and comfortable and quiet, and that also means there's plenty of time and opportunity for us to talk about whatever topics we want to talk about, which means you are just absolutely welcome to ask questions about anything and everything. If it's something I don't want to talk about, then I'll just gracefully ignore it. But we can just basically hang out and do whatever we want here. And yeah, I think that's cool. And I'll have less time to do that while streaming, well, something else. Peaceful thrills, yeah, something like that. And so this fills the same role as like Factorio does. Did you save? No, I did not. I did not save. Good. I said ask any questions. Did we save? No, we did not save. Do you have a standard blueprint design for some factory setups? Yeah, kind of. I pretty much have the same setup. Once we get over there, you can kind of see. It's not like completely standard, but it's also pretty much standard. Instead, in the way that it's like the spacing, the fact that I bring one line in and two lines in, and how I do the clipping up, then it's always the same. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I don't have a chainsaw or anything, so unfortunately we can't get rid of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Are you going to remove the last frame and make the beam square to stop the clipping? Probably not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I think it'll actually look really bad if I remove it. I don't know. I haven't really. 1, 2, 3. I think it's one of those where I didn't really care about it until you sort of mentioned it, and then I kind of have to care about it. There. Now the two networks are connected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. So this is now over, and talk about standard designs. Pretty much always do a manifold of things inbound, and then do this one. If there are two lines, fluids on the bottom and solids at the top. Pretty much a guarantee. And hello, Metallium Harvester. Good evening. What do the green Christmas factory produce? Christmas stuff. There is a video on YouTube that no one's watched that shows it.
Modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Oh, oh no. Oh, I didn't do that, did I? Watch out for the sharks. Ooh. Right. Soccer Ruby. Oh no, my head is running out of juice. What other games do I play? Factorio a bit. Oh come on. USB stick. Why by where you always have to try it 3 times. Like first this way, then the other way, and then back the first way, and then it fits. Yeah. So Souls games are also kind of my thing. At least it's very much becoming my thing, if it isn't already. No, I think I'll knock this out. God of War, yep. God of War is indeed as well. Yep. Do you want to curve it up or just elevator it up? That's gonna go way out there because I need to get out to the water where I need 3, 6. Wouldn't it be funny if they just didn't align? Stupid water. I'm thinking something here. Harvest. Oh, see? Game is also floating. Did you use the scythe in Bloodborne? Nope, I did not. Because you can't get that without going to a... you only can do that. You can only get it 2 ways. And thank you, Daniel, for the gift up. You can only give it 2 ways. Going to a chalice dungeon that is a very specific chalice dungeon that's not easy to get to, or killing the final boss. And so no, you can't, I didn't use that. I have to take this out because I've decided that it's going to be done in a different way. I don't want it up here. I want them next to each other. There.
Tales of our endeavors
Hechu, thank
proliferate.
you. Oh, autosave. I got stuck on autosave. Thank you so much for 5 gifts up. That's very nice of you. Really appreciate that support. No matter what game I play, you are always very kind and supportive. Really appreciate that. Good evening, Mark. Here. Do you think this looks nicer? Upload screenshot trying to explain with the beams. Thank you. Hey, Meridian. Thank you for the 8 months of Prime. If anyone has any ideas what more we could do or what other things we could do in terms of sort of hype train hype, then I'm all ears if we have any cool ideas that we could do. No, that's not it. That one. Yeah. Someone wants to shoot me.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Hello, thank you, Baked Beans. Thank you for the 11. Oh, we're actually somewhat close. Like this.
Fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Nope, not like that. Oh no. Hey, Asam, thank you for gifting us up to... I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name of who got the gifts up. But welcome, everyone. From everywhere, I guess. There, good. Let's see, what else? Maybe put the name of the people who subbed during Hype Train or cheering on a wall of factory with signs. I mean, I already have it like for every factory there. It's already on the actual factory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think that's even more because you can have your own factory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Alright, so what do we miss? MDEP, thank you for the 500 bits. And PTTR, thank you for 200 bits. If you got the blender recipe to make the diluted fuel, yes, then we can max out your power plant. I can send up a screenshot. I don't want to have a screenshot of how you did it. Very simple. I have no interest in that. I do appreciate you want to share it, but I am not interested in watching what other people have done, because that'll influence my designs, and I don't really want that. So I like to do the design work, and then hopefully people here can be inspired by what I've done. And I like to sort of for small tricks. That's pretty cool, but not like factory designs. Jasper, hey, Dinos, I played Factorio Vanilla with some quality of life mods. Is there any mod that is not very complicated but still adds something that can suck me in for a few days? I would think like trying the drone, the drone mod from Clonin, the one with the vehicles. What is that called? That's kind of fun, where you do a base setup that now uses vehicles to do all your logistics instead of belts and trains. Or mods like Crastorio, they're not exactly like a few days, but that's a good, not like a massive step up in difficulty, but it has additional recipes and stuff. Bobo Heads, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yeah, extended vanilla pack, that's also another option. Transport drones, yeah. Yeah, Factorio extended, but that's kind of only really has an impact when you reach late game. So you could add it to an existing save and then get some more longevity by keep expanding your base. If you have a base that you really like, then and want to sort of, what more can I do? Then you could add extended to it and just keep scaling it up and using some of the new recipes. Okay, 2 minutes. We are at a level 1 hype train. We managed to get a level 1. That was good. It is at least a train that leaves the station. It's not a long distance train, I think. It's so crazy to think about, like, right now, like, imagine this, like, the transition for me to get used to having maybe a hype train, and then it's probably a level 1 or level 2, to back when I played Factorio, when it was pretty certain that we had a level 5 hype train. That is fucking difficult to get used to. What the? Oh, there we go. But you should never get used to a level 5 hype train. But still, it was more often than not that it happened. That's crazy. But yeah, it was, of course, it was a different time back then. There. So this one goes out here, and then we'll build. Ah, no. There. Hype train ideas. What about limiting yourself to using only the amount of trains in the game to the hype trains, or a factor of? I don't particularly. I want to try to avoid the parts where I go like, oh, I can't do anything. Please pay me to continue. That's kind of not so fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. We could bomb your factory. Yeah, sure. That was apparently what took it. 10 seconds. See, level 1. Here we go. Okay, let's get all of that one. Let's see. What can we do? What can we do? Hmm. 1, 2, 3 from here. Let's get to this one. Oh, actually, it's the same place. It was amazing for integration and lots of level 5s. I wonder if collaborative across chat works better than competitive trying to snipe. I don't know. We'll do a bombs and biters thing eventually again, obviously. But right now I'm still on my can I survive without Factorio trip journey. I'm not giving up yet. You need to run, like, if you run like business test, you have to run it for more than a couple of months. I met a Danish YouTuber who is making balloons videos, and he was like, I spent half an hour every day just making a oh my god you won't believe blah 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 video, and I hate doing it and I can't do anything else, but I make a fuck ton of money doing it. I'm like, yeah, you're stuck, but I mean, milk it for all it's worth and then move on afterwards, because obviously that's not gonna last forever. What other kind of collaborative hype train can you do for non-factorial? Something that incentivizes just... Yeah. I don't know. Cheap locomotive. You are. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm really happy that it's so nice to see that we can play Satisfactory and there's so many viewers and it's super nice. And I love playing it and I want to just enjoy it. That we are. And at some point we'll play Dyson Sphere again when something new comes out. And I'm also looking forward to that happening as well. Funny how this is so difficult to hit. I mean, and by funny I mean super frustrating. There. Sleeping in the chair was not a good idea. Oh, you decided to sleep in the chair. Okay, yeah, that I don't think that's a good idea. So, but thank you for testing it for us. So now it's just not just a hypothesis. Now you've confirmed that it was not a good idea. Thank you for that. These are the chances. I hope they bring a massive update. Yeah, I hope so too. I I think the enemies will be interesting. Whatever they are, that's gonna spawn a new playthrough of that for sure. And that's gonna be interesting. Okay, so now we have that one working. That means as soon as we actually have it, then it's just gonna go in. Sweet. Oh, there's a problem with that. Isn't there? Yeah. Okay. I'm just kind of thinking maybe I just take this out. Surprise, surprise. Yep. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this item.
Yeah. And yet I'm not doing it. Weird. Okay, what are we going to do about this factory? Because I kind of just end up doing boxes at some point, and maybe I just don't want to build anything for this one. Like, maybe this one is just a factory that's open. Oh no. Because that one sucks. Right, that one is going to get in trouble, isn't it? Yeah. Kind of is. Maybe not. Okay, let's actually hook this up to something. There we go. So now it's powered. Yep. And yay, we have power. Finally, we can fly around like idiots as usual. Don't think we have recipes set. And then all we need is the oil coming in. And also like some belts here. Have you heard anything about DSP? I've heard of that game. I've even played it once or twice. But I haven't heard anything beyond the Steam news about the development. So anyone who reads the Steam news knows as much about that game as I do. As you don't scale up as much in Factorio, they are not that good in Satisfactory. Which ones are not? Is there any efficiency advantage to trains over belts? I think they make sense if you have like really long distances, but if you don't, then, and also like the way I'm playing, it's probably not as useful. Because and by that I mean I'm building too much infrastructure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you just haphazardly lay tracks in the wild, then maybe it can be fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then again, if you're doing that, then you're probably also doing that for belts, which also makes it pretty easy. So I think the trains is basically something you mainly do because I don't know. Why are we even building trains? Answer me that. Let's get one more. Yep. That goes out, that goes out, and that goes out. And we still have some, like this is old school thing, so that needs to go. That needs to go. And now we can continue on this. Good. I think that no matter what solution you choose for your logistics, it's going to be like a lot of work. It's just the essence of Satisfactory is a lot of work. Hey Mark, maybe something to think about. You can do something else that 90-degree turns with the foundation when you hold control, so 5 degrees. Then when you have a multi-step process to build, you could offset a part of it by... Yeah. Yes. But I feel that's just like... It's arbitrarily adding difficulty, and I don't really feel that it achieves anything except just making things just slightly annoying. I understand it, and the factory, if I rotated the entire factory here by 40 degrees, it would still be the same box. It'll just be the same box rotated 40 degrees, right? So I don't really feel that there's much of a difference if I did that. That one. And of course, if it's like only half of it, but I mean, look at this one for example, right? It's everything is just 1-to-1, clean lines, 8 of those. I mean, It would be really stupid not to build it as a rectangular box. Like, really, really stupid. And then the only part is like you can do the walls at an off angle, but okay. I don't know. I just it just doesn't seem to me to do anything positive by doing that. This is 30, so 8 of those is only going to be 240. So we can easily just use a Mark 1 pipe for this. Go. Yay. So all of this is done. It just needs oil coming in. Whew. Hello, Randomax. I'm hours into making a train network covering the map. It's tedious, yeah. Check the output belt. Mark 2. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Good spot. Good spot. Two, three, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, 5. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whatever. At the end. Good evening, Luke. Underwater pipe? No, I don't think I want that. I mean, it's... Sometimes I know that I'm a bit too conventional in my my things. Like, sometimes, like, you could think about, like, hey, wouldn't it be, like, a cool YouTube title? Like, oh my god, underwater pipes. Ah, you won't believe what depth the pipes can go. Like, okay, whatever. And I'm like, what's the fucking point? That, my friends, is why I suck at YouTube. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, this blueprint will make your Spidertrons happy. Like, really? Really? Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where are we now on this? Do a normal building, but have circles at the corners. Yeah. I mean, Sakurobi, you're just on the wrong channel if that's what you want to see. I'm sorry to say that. I can't get myself to go like, all right, I could build this in 1 hour, or I can build this slightly worse in 10 hours. I can't get myself to do that. It's just impossible for me. And I'd much rather focus on building a cool factory that does some cool things, and then yeah, we can see what we can do in terms of sort of making it look a bit interesting. I do like that the factory should look good, but it should not. I mean, let's take like the best example of someone like Total Eclipse, awesome. But I watched one of his streams, and he spent 4 hours, maybe not 4 hours, but I checked in a few times, and he spent an ungodly amount of time making one train curve. And it looked good on his next showcase video about like how to do train curves, but I feel that like, wow, doesn't this look awesome? Yeah, it only took me 3 hours to make one curve. Like, okay, then maybe it's not really worth it in my opinion, because I also asked like, I mean, making nice stuff, and but you have to sort of commit to it. If you decide that all my trains are going to be like here and belts and pipes and beams and all that cool stuff, and it looks super awesome for the 3 foundations that I've just designed it for, but you got to remember that you're going to build kilometers of this, and if you start by designing something that's super over the top, then you commit to it. For example, my road network, I committed to it, and that means if I expand my road network, that's what it's going to look like. It's going to be 4 wide, it's going to be have railing, it's going to be have painting, it's going to be asphalt, it's going to have lots and lots of lights, because that's what I'm committed to. So I don't want to commit to something for rails that looks super awesome but also is impossible to me to maintain. So that's why, like, that's the trade-off that where each of us content creators find ourselves on a different place on the spectrum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you going to plan a complete new game now update is out? This? That is exactly what I've done. And good evening and welcome. More complicated to try, the more optics, the more lag after a while, is my opinion. Yeah, but I'm not really worried about it. I think I'm gonna get bored with the game before I'm going to run into performance issues. And if not, then it'll be a happy surprise that I actually run into performance issues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, oh, that one is closer. I was kind of thinking of this one, but you know what? This is the one I was aiming for all the time. This was always my objective, this one. Oh no. I'm fucked. Because I don't have a Xeno Zapper. I'm gonna have to be poking these. Always behind. God damn, they're annoying! Ah! Yes! Ah, you're luring me over to the other one. I'm not gonna take the bait. Finally. But all of that crap is a bit out of my reach. Let's see. Candy Cane Crusher. Don't have it. Xenobasher. Don't have 2 of those Xenobashers. That's the only thing I don't have. So let's make another Xenobasher. I'll Zapper. Oh, we get the new animation. Woo! Let's get some copium. I think I need a lot of copium today. Good. And let's see if I can get an oil extractor. Yeah. How much are you getting? 240. That's what we need, right? Yeah. Friendly fire isn't. Oh, again, that was exactly the error we did last time here. Try again. Got us into the trouble. There we go. And do we need a pump on this? Probably do. Oops, let's get that one. I have plans to tap all 1,800 oil per minute in this area for supercomputers and power. Sounds like a plan. I think that's a good plan, actually. Of course, it's just out of reach. And there we go. There is a flow rate. Not a lot, but there is a flow rate. And it comes in. So basically half goes to fill up the current one and half goes to sort of onwards to the next. This is the Gold Coast, if you want to call it that. Yep, it is. The western side of the map. That should actually just trigger things to start, right? I plan to complete Valheim one day. It was actually... Ooh, we're getting close, right? Maximum versus the maximum. Okay, very, very little is being put in here. Do you have anything? Yeah, a tiny bit, a tiny bit. It's gonna take a while to fill up the belt, the pipes. Actually, let me do that, like this. Because then I can fill up all of this one first. Let's forget about this one. Yay. And then go over and build the water foundation thingy. Do some future updates to that area. Lead into Green Forest. Nope, that was not that area. That is, that area up here. They said maybe don't want to build here because we're gonna overhaul that, which is also like the most boring area by now. Finally, Satisfactory. Finally, every other day I'm streaming Satisfactory, so don't know what that finally is all about. Okay.
Harvest.
No. So I'm thinking, take it down here, take it at a good level that's pretty close. And then ideally we could do something like this. And then build these out here. Okay, so water's not deep enough here, so that was basically what I wanted to test. So we have to go further out. Here it's okay. Here it's obviously okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Every time I complete DS3. Well, that's because you're coming on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I try to be quite diligent with my schedule. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Though not fanatical. Yeah. So far Friday as well. I mean, I like Darkest Dungeon, but I just don't really feel there's a hell of a lot to do right now there. Pretty good area, right? Here it's a bit crowded, so I could take it. Yeah, let's go out. Oh. Let's get it out here so we can just have 3 on this side, 3 on that side, and then be done with it. Yes. Okay. Well, no, you did not offend anyone. It was just like the idea of finally. Like, it's pretty much every other day I stream it, so it shouldn't be finally. Then you're just of course, if you're never available those days, then you're gonna end up just having a synchronized with the schedule and watch consistently the stuff that you're not interested in. But I think I stream so much that it makes... I'm streaming way too much, by the way. That's another matter. What is the best way of doing this? Because I can align it other ways. So the only way I kind of know how is doing this. And then basically saying, move it until it blue, then take it out. Then I know that that's a consistent distance. Here's how you line the water pumps here. Like this. And get that. 1, 2. Ah! Oops, we forgot the power. Oops, I don't know if that was a good idea to start it up now. like this, and then I just do that. This should be... why have they done that change? I'm not a fan of the change that that this green line connecting is not like a 1 pixel thing, or maybe like a few more than 1 pixel, but it doesn't snap there at all. There. And there's no 1, 2 in between. 1, 2, and then, yeah. There and there. I'll hover over this one. It doesn't matter. They're not really getting anywhere. What is happening? It's a little complicated, but you can make water pumps snap easy with some well-placed foundations underwater. Yes, I know that you can place them on foundations, but I'll try it, and then I don't know how far we have to go down. Maybe like this. See, now it snaps into function here, right? But again, green line, no line. Like, is it this one or that one? Because only one of them can be the right one. I think I'll actually do that. Thank you, baked beans. Usually I don't do it because, well, reasons. But I think this is actually going to help us. And now it should be straightforward to do that. We just have to figure out that one. Problem is now, how do I figure out? Like, is it here, or is it here, or is it here, or is it... Does that look even? Yeah, good evening, Jeff. That looks just about too close for the pipes to happily place. What? I think this looks just happily happy. One further. Yeah. I think you're right. I don't like it. No. This is one further. That's the same. Go in there. Go in there. Never mind. That, do you guys hear that sound, like, that sometimes comes in, like, and it's not this powering up. It's been there all evening. Either it's my tinnitus or it is some annoying ambient sound in the game for this area. Good. I wish that's what? I was sure what it was snapping to. Yeah. Well, can't have it all. And we'll probably need a few pumps here. Pump Mark 2. Probably remember to put them in the right. There. Head lift. Good. 20.5. Full of water. And go. There we go. Now here's the sound. That woo. Pumps can snap to walls. Yeah, but then I have to snap everything else to the walls as well. And then the curves become weird when they go over the ridge. So that's why I don't do it. Oh, of course. Is that the sound of pipe filling up? No, because it's been there all evening before I had pipes, before I have anything. It's a very small ambient sound that probably need headphones, but it is like. I'm going to get my Moderna booster shot. Good luck with that. Okay, so now we have water at least getting over there. Let's see what is the next thing that happens. Let's power this one. And then take a short break. You didn't change the pipe swatch. I didn't change the pipe swatch. No, because this is this sucks. It's another character. I did change it, but this character is. I have to play offline because, well, Epic doesn't work today. Oh, the C key. Got my Moderna booster yesterday, called into work today, been feeling real shitty. Well, gotta use those extra 3 days if you can get away with it. So, yeah, I haven't been offered mine yet. And Denmark, it's 6 months after the last. I think everyone, they're really busy on vaccinate. Both my kids are getting their first vaccination. My daughter is on Sunday, and my son is next weekend. Next week, yeah. So that will be nice. Why are we not getting anything here? What are we missing? Okay, it's just the good old manifold problem. Cool. Let's get up here. Look at this part. Ta-da! Fancy new factory. Save progress, indeed. 0.99. Will we get the aluminum up running before 100? Can we get it up and running today? It's actually only the water we need back home now, because this is actually flowing already. As soon as it's flowing, it should be working. Oh shoot, there's a problem here, isn't there? Like, the first ones will always get more. No, it's not a problem, because the stuff I get in is more than the stuff I need, so this belt will saturate after a while. And even though right now the first 4 are getting too much, then as soon as all of them start working, then they will all start working. Yeah, okay. So, anyway, I'm going to take a short break, and thank you everyone for joining. We have 1 more hour to go, and then that's it for today. Let's see if we can get... Oh, nice comment. I'll save a nice comment for when I come back, so that'll be a nice way to come back. I'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Alright, welcome back. Thank you for sticking with me despite my extended break taking. Okay, RPG Dinosaur Bob, thank you for the compliment. Interesting that you founded my channel through Dyson Sphere Program. That was a nice boost of new subscribers I got while doing Dyson Sphere Program, and I should really look for... I'm just looking for the next thing like Dyson Sphere Program, and then, yeah. But it's amazing. It was super good. It just fits so perfectly. And it was what boosted me to the 100,000 for sure. Cool. And then you found Factorio and Dyson Sphere Program and Satisfactory. That's pretty damn cool. Usually it's been, for most people it's been the other way around. Okay, so now we have more of a consistent flow here. Looking good. Those don't come around very often, DSP type games. I mean, yeah, correct. I mean, DSP and Valheim came out at the same time, and I have a feeling that if I'd played Valheim instead of Dyson Sphere Program, it would have been the same just for Valheim instead of Dyson Sphere Program. But I don't think, no, not don't think. At the time, I didn't have the right mindset to play Valheim. So, now comes the difficult part. Yeah. Yeah. How do I do this? It doesn't tell me how far up it can go, because it should have lots of headlift still to go, right? Oh, can I see that? I think factory building, it would have been weird seeing you play Valheim. I play a lot of Valheim. I played like hundreds of hours of Valheim, so yeah, I played a fair bit, and I made tutorials and guides and stuff on YouTube. Not a lot, but some. Yeah, so yeah, I can... The point is, over here I have a pump with 50 head lift, and it's only using 20 head lift. Shouldn't that mean that the first 30 head lift here is free? But it doesn't snap, it doesn't tell me anything. So if I build it here, then that one pumps 50 and then goes, and then, oh. it snaps to there, right? Now build it here, because that's kind of room for it. Okay, so this one is getting stuff in here, and then it pumps another 50 head lift up and goes, no. Yeah, but I didn't see the blue circle before. That's the point. This is not good. Why does it... Why did it recommend placing it at a location that it couldn't support? See, it snaps here. But if I put it here, then it has more than 50 head lift. So I think I'll put it just down here. And then take the other one out, because that didn't really work. This one's not working. Let's see if the other one. $46, yes, okay. Much better. I don't care if I end up spending just a bit more here. They can provide max pump rate at that head lift despite out of recommended range. Yeah, but it did. So, yeah, okay. I don't know. I'm not so comfortable that I want to sort of have it there and then suddenly something, I don't know. Right, so that puts it here. Then I think I'll just put it one level below, just to feel good about it, right? And if that ended up being using one more pump than I need, then just using one more pump, then it kind of sucks. How much head lift do you see? 40? Good. How much is an MK2 pump actually using? 8 megawatts. Yeah, that's not... Even if I was worried about power, then it wouldn't be like that. Well, that one was kind of necessary. Or maybe I can just do... I need a half one. Auto save. There you go. Now it's aligned height-wise. Good. This is coming in. Water is full. Good pressure. Getting up. Going in here. Okay, so here's a question for you, all of you, to think about. Okay, now we built this massive factory, and it's awesome, I think. And I want to do it justice with a showcase on YouTube. How the hell would I do that, right? Because I can make a 15-minute video, go like, yeah, and then we bring this stuff in. It's pretty cool, right? And it goes over here, and it goes up there, and it goes under there, and then we get this much, and then we do that, and then we go. And here it's on the train. Woohoo! Thank you for watching. But is that... Coke is not flowing. No, of course not. Because it's waiting. It's idling. Because nothing is working. Free to refill my Coke. Yeah. Make any YouTube video on Satisfactory trains? No, I will definitely do that. But since I don't have a single working train line in the base yet, and it doesn't seem to be the right time for me to do a train build. Okay, I am when I hook this. Oh, yeah, when I hook this up, then it actually starts working. So I'm gonna save here and go 99.1 alu start. I might want to save that moment for something. I built an aluminium factory and you wouldn't believe what happened next. I hate that you're right. I hate that you're right. Don't mean what? But in doing that, you enrich ideas and make people realize they can do things in a certain way. What? Yes? That's the point. It's the only way to do YouTube. Yeah, it is very much, yeah. Hello, ProMic 2. How's it going? I'm in the progress of setting up a big storage unit for Fixmas items. The same damn Fixmas. That's a lot of storage. I don't think I need that much. It's all right. I spotted it. I spotted it, but I would also say that as a fellow partner, you know that it can be difficult sometimes to spot messages in chat. They sort of sometimes hide. But then again, maybe it's also the fact that you also know how annoying it is to get tagged on a million messages, so you didn't want to do that either. Did a video on YouTube video naming the algorithm change that making get more was super interesting. I know, I've watched it. Of course I watched it. I watched everything on YouTube. I watched all of it. I know. But I don't think I think that I like Veritasium, but I feel he was very disingenuous in that video. Like it's kind of hard for me to buy into his I have staff that needs to get paid. If you get 25 million views on your videos, you got enough to pay a few staff and then some more, right? So don't ever play that the I got bills to pay card if you're in that realm. Yeah, but you don't see CEOs of companies going like, I don't make it. You don't see Bobby Kotick coming out and crying about he's not making enough money. He knows he's getting too much money, but I mean he likes it. But he makes sure that he doesn't draw attention to it and starts crying about him. I hate millionaires who say they don't make enough money. They are not allowed to say that. Thank you, patron. New patron. A new Knight of the Path, and I think we know who it is, considering who is saying something in chat. Nope. So if you are in chat and just pledged on Patreon as a new Knight of the Path, then oh yeah, it's Rocio. Then make sure you link your Discord name to your Patreon account. So yeah, with that command, there's a article thing. Thank you very much. Decided you should have some money. Loving the livestream VODs for this. Thank you. Love that you're loving the livestream VODs. All the people who are watching on VODs, hello. And there will be some. I realized myself that just yesterday I there's one person that I've watched a lot of his VODs and never watched him live, like Squilla Killer, one of the zero hit run um, Souls runners. And then I finally joined his stream, and of course, you know, like, go like, I feel I know this guy because I must have watched like 50 hours of his content and never been to his chat. So it just feels weird. That's I can imagine that for some people, like, yeah. All right, now the big thing is it working? So obviously it's not working because I'm only getting 480 inbound, and I need more than that. Oh, we also don't have outbound. Oh crap! Maybe you should have built outbound first. Oops. YouTube bot squad can't see chat. Yep. Are you going to do a no-hit run? No, you don't start with a no-hit run, but I would be very tempted to do a no-death run. And what do you happen to you? What? Oh, what? Is this not powered? Oh, no, it's not powered. That's why. So it's actually not powered out here. Yeah, okay. So this was our... But that's pretty bad. All of this is pretty bad. Well, first of all, this is not how we decided to do it. So that was a test. Yeah, okay, so reaching from here to there is too far, so that's not gonna be great. That means if I take this out, it's not gonna be a good time. But yeah, I can probably go from here to... Don't know what... Let's try it. What could possibly go wrong? A lot? The hook it up! No! Okay. Right, I was trying to be clever here about talking a bit about oops. Oh, spiders. Talking a bit about sort of what I want. Oh, it's still not powered. Come on. Are you not powered either? Oh my god, it sucks. Yeah, but it's actually okay. It's correct that it shouldn't be powered. There. As I understand, power helps hovering. It does indeed. But it is weird. No, it stopped working. So this thing is not powered. But something over here is powered. Like that one. Aha! Right? Yes. But that also means we can take all of this thing out here, because this is not powered, is it? No connection. It's radioactive though. Okay, move up here. The Bryan Cranston scene, Malcolm in the Middle. Yes, I love that one. Like, oh, gotta fix that one. Oh, there's a light bulb. Oh, gotta fix that one. Then going out fixing the car is like, when are you gonna change it? I'm working on it. Yes, it's brilliant, 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 brilliant. It's the essence of playing Factorio or Satisfactory or Dyson Sphere for that matter. Uh, yeah, what does it look like I'm doing? Exactly. Yeah, so this can't go any further because I need a Mach 3 and that needs a bit of turbo motors and we don't have turbo motors, so that's not happening. Oh, look at that octagon. Nice. It doesn't seem to be entirely done. Gotta find some place like this. Good. That should be fine. Ooh. No. Don't get enticed. All of that crap is something I'm gonna have to do myself. Now the top one is coming in as well. Yeah, like this was built long ago in a galaxy far, far away. Actually, anything at ground level is wrong. Yep, because we transitioned out of ground level power. Maybe. Isn't it all something you have to do yourself? Yes, but actually not. Because right now, this is something we do together. While the stuff I have to do myself. Anyway, Jeff had a good question that I wanted to go into. And then we got distracted, as it so happens. Like, on the topic of, am I going to do Dark Souls no-hit runs? No, I'm not, because I'm not good enough. It takes at least 1,000 hours of practice. And I don't think I have 1,000 hours to throw into that game. Or those games, particularly. But I would like to play more of the zero-death games. And then... So, how would we make no-death run interesting? Well, obviously there should be like a penalty for dying for me, of course, right? And like the most logical thing would be something like, if I die, then I have to give subs to the chat. But that's a kind of a losing endeavor unless there's something the other way around that means that I can actually win some things as well. Because that's just the promise one way. That's like that's not a good business concept. Yeah. One spicy idea is letting us decide how you allocate entry level points. Now, you can't combine. I can't combine those kind of ideas, right? I mean, playing a no death run for Sekiro or for Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3 is going to be insanely difficult. And of course it's not going to succeed, but it could be like, I don't know, maybe 5-10 deaths all the way through or something like that, with a bit of practice and stuff like that. But there should be something like you can, I don't know. It seems like there's a really good potential for some kind of engagement with that regards, and I can't really figure it out. But it just seems to me like there's definitely some potential there. Does that make sense? Because it's something that doesn't happen often, and you can cheer about, and that's a good potential for interactions. That's actually pretty close. Totally not what I wanted. don't think there's enough time until the next game you want to play comes out to do a deathless. Really? You don't think so? Sounds like a challenge. Because I do think so. For Dark Souls, yeah, sure. I think I could do a... I honestly think I could do a Dark Souls 3 deathless run. I think I could do that. Oh, crap. Where's my... It's not going to be easy, and it's not sort of... It's definitely not 100%, but I think it could happen. Like, yeah. Considering how few tries I've had on my first playthrough on pretty much all the bosses, then I think that's not unrealistic to aim for. And there will of course be some things you just skip, like running in lava, for example, doing like really dodgy jumps off things, and they go like, yep, I'm not gonna try that. And there'll also be like the idea that you want to over level for a lot of things as well. Yeah, floaty pole outside, yes, I know. Thanks for highlighting it. Oops. That's probably not how I would do it. I would not restart it from the beginning, but what I would do is just basically have a tally and try to keep that count as low as possible, right? And then maybe I'll die, and then maybe I'll start over, or maybe I'll just go like, nah, because I don't want to be speedrunning, right? And if you do deathless runs or no-hit runs, then you have to know how to speedrun. And you have to skip everything that is not relevant for you right now. And I don't like that way of playing. So I'm not going to go all in on that kind of thing. But I like the idea. And I basically want to play the entire game. Just don't die. That's basically what I want. But that's also pretty stupid if you... because if you make one mistake, then you end up just having spent so many hours on leveling and finding all the irrelevant sets and all that stuff, right? And that's the kind of thing that I know it's going to be a bit of a problem for me. Because damn it, if I'm going to leave a sparkly thing somewhere and just not take it, that's so difficult for me. Like, if there's something sparkly, then I'll go like, ooh, I must take it. I want it. I must have it. Even though it's completely irrelevant, I just want it. Yep, we have aluminium. Woo! Ingots, at least. Hey, Grotenex, finally catch you live streaming after watching almost every YouTube video we made. Wow, that's a lot. So welcome, good to see you, and thank you for watching all that stuff. When you die and end the stream unannounced. Yeah. Don't know how to cut this corner. We'll just cut it like this. What? Why is no power here? I have to get that. Yeah. Okay, we're getting more and more of the framework of this one done. There. And over on this side. Now I can float. Whoa, where are... what? And then this is the one that goes out. And this is still the best way I can come up with doing this. That was not so bad, actually. Whew. Okay, how did you do for Sekiro? I was just playing really carefully. Basically, I had 2 save games. So when I started recording, I had done the boss like 2-3 times before that. So I was really clear on what I was gonna do, and then I didn't even think about it, but then sort of some way in I was like, hold on. Of course I tried not to die because it's embarrassing on a walkthrough to die, I think. Because you're supposed to be able to walk through the game and show it off, but yeah. And then sort of halfway through, then I started sort of to be a bit more careful, and there's a lot of preparation before some of the tougher fights. But really, all of the fights. That's also when I watched like a lot of, what it's called, like no-hit guides. Because if you can no-hit it, then if I can learn those tricks, like know which ones to block, which ones to sidestep, which ones to parry, and all that good stuff, then it gets a lot easier. Good. I think this one's done, and it's just lots of scrap going in, filling up. Now the only thing we need is getting back. Getting this out. Okay, so let's think about how to do it. There's a way you could align those corners, but it's too cumbersome to describe in Twitch chat. Ah, famous last sentence. Clever. There's kind of something in the way here. Position of attention center at that corner. Use it as a rotation point. Do 5 meter shifts with walkways. Okay. I'm sure they can be done. I'm just not very good at those kind of things. So I'll okay, so I'm gonna need the train to figure out how high I need to lift this. And I think I need to lift it inside, right? Has to go to this side, which is, well, it doesn't matter. We can't go through these easily. Yeah, and then the other one comes out here. How do we do this? Why are we not souping? Okay, so I'll get that goes into the first one. And this one. Yeah. I think that's good, right? It goes at the right height. It looks okay. Yeah. Could take the ingots under the floor. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But sometimes, somehow, I actually like them going out here and being visible, so we can see. Haha, this is it. Oh, I needed the train. Are the wagons the same height? Yep. Oh, break. It would have been way easier just to take the train and unload it, or take it out. Okay. So now I need... This is going to be more difficult, I think, because they are coming in on the same line. Right? Yeah, so if I look at it, then this would be like a perfect place to get 2, 3, 4. That's fine, but that's only one of them. Where's the other one going? And I don't think I can fit... That one is definitely too close. And if I fit one here, then... That one doesn't work, does it? That actually... That works right. That works perfectly, doesn't it? Huh. If I can hit. Okay, well, I guess we do that. Surprising. Yeah, just put them on top of each other. Yeah, but that's not how I do it over there, so... Yeah, I think you're right. We'll put them on top of each other. Just... No, we're not. That's... It's just better this way. So, good idea to put them below. It's gonna look a bit clunky that they come at ground level, go up, and then go down, and then do it in a different way on both sides. It's just... It's icky. That's what it is. Yeah. Are you happy with the way signals work? I don't know. I have not. I don't have enough experience with how they work, so I'll refrain from commenting at this moment. I would love to get more experience with it, but currently I don't have that. There. Now I built all of it without even checking if it was feasible, but I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Do I dip them here? I think I dip them here. Yes. I like this. Then I'm gonna do the same thing on this side. If you put the hole closer, you can snap. Yes. But I really have an affinity towards middle of tiles if I can get anywhere close to it. And I didn't want to just redo it when I realized that I could have done that. As you can see, I have an affinity for middle of tiles. Good. So now we just go downstairs and... So here we have to go... 1 meter. 1 meter. 1 meter. And 1 meter. Right? Ta-da! So that's the correct height to place it at. What? Brace ourselves? What are we bracing ourselves for? Could also use walls to align height. Nope. I don't think so. Can I? Yeah, see, no. They snap up. Actually kind of annoying that these are next to each other and these two are also next to each other, so I can't do one cut. If I do this one going over here and then do a one cut in here, then the other one has to do that way and then okay, one of these two has to move. Shouldn't I have two entrance here? What? 2, 3, 4, 5? Oh, like that one. Okay, yeah. Okay, I was like, did I make one of the octagon sides smaller? I'll take this. I love the idea of deleting a hole. Like, isn't there a hole after the hole is gone? Or what? That might not be super safe to fly around out here. Oops. I think this is better. Because then I bring all of them in here towards the middle. Delete all of this. Fixing floating platforms is always the last thing I do, but I don't have a good solution to it. Ask Satra. What did Satra have to say about deleting holes? Must admit, there might be a slight gap in my knowledge about what Satra has said about holes in particular. And I know it's embarrassing that I have such holes in my knowledge, but still. Maybe remind me. I do know who Satra was, but I don't sort of... There isn't a whole lot of French philosophers I can quote offhand. Descartes, I drink, therefore I am. That's about it. And then someone will go like, Descartes wasn't French. Like, god damn it. Nah, Grotnik, that's it's the usual kind of thing. There'll always, this is the beautiful part, that there will always be someone who knows something about something. Right? And I love that. That's so cool. Remember the Great Picard as well. Oh yes. My favorite French philosopher. Okay, I think this is not bad. There you go, that I said it. Asking if the whole is a thing or an absence of a thing, and therefore what does it mean to lead the whole? Yes, exactly. I know what I said, but I am not familiar with Descartes having opinions about deleting holes in Satisfactory. That's the context. You mentioned it like I was supposed to know that, and I have to admit that I don't know that reference. I don't know what Sartre specifically has said about holes and the lack thereof. I guess I have to study a bit more to be able to follow the chat. There. Now I'm just trying to find out like what the context is, because I don't know Sartre from anything except some French philosopher. Don't know what he was philosophizing about. Existentialism, yes, sure, but don't they all? I think this is the right way to do it. And by the way, I know you don't mean anything bad when you do these kind of things. I know. I just saw this as an oh no, no! I don't have any more belts. All right, there's only one thing to do. There we go. No one will know that that's a level 5 belt. Don't tell anyone. Everything's going to be updated to level 5 belts anyway. At some point. What? You made a non-straight belt. What? I did? Which one? Ugh. Which one? This looks pretty straight. This looks pretty straight. This doesn't look pretty straight. That looks okay, right? Nope. Yes. This is not actually okay. It has to be here because it's one off the line. Then I'm suspecting that all of them are one off. No, that looks good. Are we happy? Speaking about education, are there any concepts from your former professional career in logistics that help you in building games? Yeah, it's a big topic. Good question. Really good question. Bit too big to sort of go into right now. The short answer is not directly, but the whole idea of having an engineering education means that the entirety of an engineering education is learning to solve a problem that you have never seen before. And you can do that many different ways. And I think that's the essence of an engineering education. And you just, of course, have to get different tools to solve different, whether it's mechanical or chemical, electrical or software type. But it's basically being able to take any kind of problem, figure out what the essence of the problem is, and solve that, even though you've never seen the problem before. Which is like a very, very generic engineering skill. But not specifically in in sort of more, oh yes, I use exactly the same principle here that I did for something. Yay! They're not exactly even, and I don't know if it'll come back to haunt me, the fact that it's not balanced. Are those misaligned foundations there to stay between rocks? Yeah, kind of. That's kind of a memory of simpler times. It's a bit of archaeology there. Basically, scientific thinking. I think that's kind of different. I like scientific thinking. You see a problem, you formulate a hypothesis, and you test the hypothesis. I don't think that's the same thing as an engineer going about a problem. Sometimes it's like, well, this hammer is big enough. I'm just gonna keep pounding at it, and then it'll go away the problem. That's definitely not a scientific approach, but it certainly is an engineering solution to a problem. Yay! I think we're almost complete. The only thing I'm missing is a bit of a paint job here, so we can get this nicely colored. Whee! Yeah, I'm pretty happy about this build. I still leave with the question about how the hell am I gonna present this in a way that is going to be enticing to view and clickbaity enough to actually get anyone to view it. That's my biggest problem with most of the stuff we do here. Like, it is objectively pretty cool, but if I can't persuade anyone that it's pretty cool, then it doesn't matter how cool it is. You won't believe that it's an aluminum plant, and it's pretty cool, and it works really well. Yay. What aluminum recipe are we using? We're using the sloppy one, sloppy aluminum solution, and we are using the electro something, the scrap thing, the scrap with petroleum. Those are the ones we use. And then the ingots, we're using the direct one, the pure. I don't know. If anyone comes up with an idea for how the hell I'm gonna be presenting it to them, we can still talk about it on Thursday. Thursday we'll start sort of the next big project, I think, and then we'll just finish this one up. I'll probably spend some time maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow there'll be a Factorio episode that I've prepared for, as usual. Yeah, lots of time-lapse cutscenes with narration. What are your thoughts about it? No. I'm not going to rebuild the whole damn thing again, so it's not going to be a time-lapse. It's going to be a showcase. Because I'm not going to go back and spend 50 hours, no, 32 hours rebuilding this and recording it and souping it down, or time-lapsing it down to 30 seconds. No. The worst part is actually, how do you encompass something like this as a thumbnail? Because I really like my thumbnails to be like can see the whole factory, but probably the thumbnail should be like zoomed up, and then we're like, what about the rest of the factory? You want to show all of it? I don't know. Using my VODs, that doesn't work. Doesn't work. It's not gonna work. It can't be done from VODs, because there's this little idiot in the corner that kind of distracts from everything. So nope. Yeah, it would take ages to cut out, and there would still also be this idiot in the corner. So it can't be done. It's just, it cannot be done. So it's, but I'm more like, I think this is a pretty damn cool build, and it's pretty awesome to do a showcase of it. But how do we make it pop? How do we make it interesting? To enable fly mode for thumbnails, that doesn't matter. It's a thumbnail. Doesn't matter what. I mean, what exactly do I need where do I need to fly to take a thumbnail? If I take a thumbnail that's like really far away, where I can't fly now, then it's going to be a completely uninteresting thumbnail. Like this, for example, as high as we can go, like it's still super boring. This is a boring thumbnail. Like, oh, you're clipping factories. Yay! Whoop-de-fucking-do. Anyway, that's my problem. But it's always like the same problem that it's like you have a concept, you build the factory, and then I do it as an afterthought. I go like, I know there's a good video here, but I don't know how to make it into a good video. Basically, the thumbnail and the title, which is the only thing that matters. Yes, it is the only thing that matters. I could have a video that did not show the factory, but if you clicked on it, it would be better than not. So there's all the other temples. Yeah. So anyway, that's something I'm just considering. But tomorrow we'll be finishing off, or almost finishing off on Dark Souls 3, and then we'll start on DLCs. So it's going to continue next week. It's probably running until Christmas, probably. I think. I don't know how long they are, and the DLCs. And then Thursday we'll be back with more Satisfactory. Oh shoot, I forgot the outro. Outro, yes, that's it. So, Factory video tomorrow. Check it out. I'm gonna do a consolidated build for uranium that I think is not needed for my base, but I think it's needed if I want to call it a mega base in a book. Then we have tomorrow, it's gonna be Dark Souls. It's gonna be like very, very late game. So come check it out. And it's never too late to get into that. Thursday we're back with this. I don't know about the weekend yet since I have the kids and we're going to do lots of stuff, but do check it out when I'm going to be streaming. Thank you very much for joining. Hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow, I hope. Good night. Take care, and as always, stay effective.